Good morning. It's Friday, May 1st, 2026. This is Marlon's Daily Space. We're just getting started. So if you're listening in the future, feel free to fast forward until it gets all kicked off. But good morning. You out of the purgatory there, Julie?
Yes, good morning, Truth. How are you doing today?
Doing all right. Marlon's unable to run the space. Hopefully, I won't lose the space like I did yesterday twice, but whatever.
Yeah, it's all right. I got some things done. It was good. I just saw he opened up a Truth account. I just quote tweeted that to for people to join his Truth Social page that he just created. So that's a good thing. So he's trying to make some moves there, which is great.
It is, and of course, the lovely wife is in here helping him out. So good morning.
Well, that's good. So that means that it's being shared on Rumble and on YouTube, guys. So I know there's not a lot of people in here yet, but go over to those pages too and give it a thumbs up. Get that going on the algorithm as well.
Yep. Anyway, so we will do our best, Miss Julie, to make it a feel-good Friday, and you know, maybe have some dad jokes or something silly like that.
Okay, that's fine. Whatever you guys want to do, I'm open to anything. It's been a exciting week of things going on up on Capitol Hill, and so yeah, we can definitely use a little downtime before we go into the weekend. I have to work all weekend, so it's kind of going to be nice to just decompress a little bit.
Well, with new people in here, first I should ask you both because Jeannie's got a mic now. Have you guys heard of that new pirate movie?
No, what is it?
It's rated R.
Oh boy, this is the first dad joke. Whoop whoop.
I know, strong.
Gotta start it out strong. Anyway, go ahead, Jeannie.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in here while I had the chance. I posted something earlier today that I think might be nice for folks to read. Um, we are making significant gains, and I just want people to remember that it's hard. What we're doing is really stinking hard. Um, so very worth it. And I don't quite understand what John Marlin is doing, but that's okay. We'll get reconnected somewhere. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of really good stuff happening, and we are having some major significant wins. So it is a good Friday. I'm going to try to stay silent because I've got to go to work. But you know me, I very rarely stay that way. More dad jokes.
Well, once people get in here, we'll see if they've seen the new pirate movie or not. Just a few of us know. Anyway, yeah, it'll take us a minute to get started. Obviously, the old like and reshare and all that kind of crap-a-doodle. But yeah, I mean, it's been a busy week as it always is. There's always something going on. There's always some damn distraction to keep people, keep people's minds and efforts and focus on just nonsense for the most part. But here we are. we'll do our best to spew out totally funny nonsense. I don't know, you know. So, Julie, you don't have to go to work or anything later today. Are you good?
I'm good for a little bit. I am just kind of doing stuff around the house, and like I said, I have to work the weekend, so that'll be my first day back after vacation, and you know, just trying to get everything finished, finalized up, and everything. So, because my husband came right back, and he had to do a bunch of like stuff, gig stuff. They opened up for a band they're called Little Kiss. It's I don't know if you ever heard of them. They actually sound just like Kiss, but they are dwarfs, and they dress up in the whole garb. So their band opened up for them, and then Little Kiss used their equipment to play their set, and then they played again. And so he didn't get home till like almost 2 a.m. last night, and he's been working since he got back. He had to go back to work the next day, so he's off today. So I'm kind of just hiding up in the bedroom right now, making my bed and doing a couple things, but I don't want to like ignore him because he's got another gig tonight.
I think it's funny. They're worse than Kiss, meaning like Kiss sucks, and then they're worse than that. That's what it sounded like, at least, Julie.
No, they actually, he said they were really funny. It was really good. They actually had a good time. So, whether you like Kiss or not, I mean, I always like Kiss, so, but, you know, but it's just funny, he's like, they opened up for them at this bar, and it was pretty good. And then tonight he's playing at just a duo. Him and the singer are playing tonight. So, that'll be good.
Sorry, I got thrown off. Not up the space.
That's
Just
okay.
up there. Well, anyway, it'll take a minute for people to jump in. But good morning, everybody. And if you have something to share, don't hesitate. Either come on up here, throw it in the bill, whatever. And if you got some, decent dad jokes or whatever, throw it up here. We're ready. Trying to do a little feel good Friday. Well, don't everybody jump up here at once.
Do a little Carmen. Play a little music to start everybody off. Let's get a Feel Good Friday song going. Truth.
Weird. I don't know. Maybe, hopefully, the update maybe changed it, but the audio on my new phone, like when I play something, I have to use my old phone because it seems to suck. But you tell me if it sounds all right or not. I don't mind playing music, but it just sounds like crap. Then, like, what's the point? Let me see here. We've got our American X Live huge list of friggin' songs. It's unbelievable. Yeah, I was looking through. I mean, we've got over, I don't know how many songs it is. Let's see. 311 songs. Can you believe that?
Wow. Well, we were on a roll for a while with our Feel Good Friday, so
Yeah.
it was all good.
Let's see if a little ZZ Top will wake us up, and if it sounds all right. So if it doesn't, just tell me immediately. But here we go. Let's try. Rumors spreading round that Texas town about to shack outside. Okay. Does that sound all right? Yeah,
It's not bad. I mean, I can hear all the words.
They got a lot of nice girls.
I take that back. Now it's starting to cut off.
So that's just not sounding good. I mean, again, I don't like.
No, I was like cutting in and out. So
Yeah,
that's
right.
all right. That's okay. You know,
He's-
there's lots of good things to feel good about. Friday, it's a good day. Like I said, I think we had a lot of good wins this week with the Supreme Court. Got that out of the way, and they're gonna use every word. I love their Jim Crow 2.0 is their new another talking point. It's like, oh, that's all coming out again. They all have the
Again?
talking points. So
they're going back to the broken record. That's what you're saying.
basically, yeah, it's the funniest thing is that they're calling this that it's racist, it's this and that. Meanwhile, what they did with this redistricting that they have done over the years is really the thing that's racist. Basically, you're marginalizing anybody from saying, well, you can only vote for this person. And it's just so funny that they're the loudest ones screaming about it. But like we've always said, they always usually scream at us for what they're doing. So yeah.
Well, I just love the old voter ID is racist because black people can't get IDs. Like, do you listen to yourself? It's like they're so embedded with racism. It's just disgusting to watch. And they don't even hear themselves talking. You know what I mean? Like, what in the hell are you talking about? Anybody can get an ID. Any American citizen is entitled to do so. It just dumbfounded. But good morning, Terry. Thanks for coming up, bud.
Hey, good morning, Truth, and Miss Julie and everyone else. Yes, I agree with what you're saying. I still remember when Joe Biden said about Barack Obama, he's bright, articulate, and clean. And then remember when Joe also said, black kids are just as smart as white kids. Like, who wasn't thinking they weren't? I mean, they do group people into little buckets, and they truly are, in my opinion, the racists. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, you just look at history too, which of course they've tried to rewrite that, and all that kind of crap. But the people who started the KKK and all that crap. I mean, it's just a fact. All the presidents who were assassinated. I mean, just the list goes on and on. It's just ridiculous. It's a no-win conversation. It's not even a conversation. It's just you trying to state a fact, and then them screaming at the top of their lungs and "daddy, daddy, daddy," and plugging their ears and whatever crap they're gonna come up with. So yeah, I'm at my wit's end about that. But hey, Terry, since you just got in here, I was curious. We were talking about it before you got in, and Rusty, do you know about that the new pirate movie?
No, I do not.
Yeah, it's rated R.
That is so bad.
Yeah, Terry, this is what we're going to get today with Truth. This is the bad dad joke day. So just warning you right now.
Oh, that's hilarious. I love it.
Whatever. Just shake it up a little bit. We talk until we're blue in the face about all the crap that we see going on. It's just gotta laugh at some point.
Well,
you know what I mean?
You know what, Truth, though, that's why I was trying to say we were talking about all the good wins, because we don't talk about that enough. We do talk about the bad stuff, and there really was a lot of good stuff. I don't know if people have been looking at the clips of Lee Zeldin. He had all the facts with him. He had all the receipts. Man, they tried so bad to get him on the EPA stuff that he was, talking about, and he just went railroaded right over them. I know I've said it a couple times in the space in the last couple of days with how he went, Rosa DeLauria, how he just like totally went over her head, where she basically said, because she started talking about glyphosate, whatever that, can't say it, phosphate in the water in your cup, in your drinking cup, and he said, well, don't drink it, don't inject it. And then she looked at him, and she had nothing to say, so she said, why not? She goes, maybe you should. Like, it's hilarious. Like, these are the wins. These are these guys are coming with their receipts, and they're just blowing these people out of the water. Pete Hegseth was masterful this week. If anybody saw what he had to say, he, totally went back on them. They were flustered. They couldn't do anything but yell at him because he had all the receipts. He didn't care. He's been in combat. He's been in war. He knows what this is all about, and then they're trying to school him on this. And it's like, it's not happening. So guys, we have to celebrate the wins because, they are few and far between. So I do want to say that. And that makes it a feel good Friday, is the fact that we can talk about these wins and talk about these good things that are happening, because they sure as hell are going to try to make it sound like it's not happening, and it really is.
Well, they're like elementary students on a playground. I know you are, but what am I? Infinity, that kind of crap. It's just like, dude, you got nothing to come back with. So just stop, And yeah, Pete Hegseth, that's my dog. Stop it. Pete Hegseth, man, he's been on fire too when he was getting, grilled by senators and whatnot. I've been watching that. I just love it. He's been saying a lot of good stuff.
Well, it was funny watching Lee Zeldin just to dismantle Rosa. A lot of these Congress people, they go up and they really don't know the facts. They just have their talking points that their staffer wrote. And just watching Lee Zeldin just dismantle her was hilarious. Now, her being 86 with blue hair and those glasses she wears, that might be a hint she's not the sharpest knife in the drawer. But you're right, Truth. They do, when they do project like children, they are the unhinged party. And I'm loving the victories we've had this week. I love how the Republicans are now starting to fight Democrats and not be so passive. We're going to be the better, they're getting in the ditch and swinging that out with them. And that's great.
Well, you know what's really good about this, Terry? We're also seeing the real Republicans, the America First Republicans, the ones that said that they were America First. They are really coming out and they're shining, and that's important to watch, because we still have so many Republicans that are not doing that. I mean, a big glaring example is John Thune. It's just it's obvious. It's obvious. He doesn't like Trump. He's not for Trump. He never was. And, he got this position now, and he's got his little henchman. He's going to keep that position, but he's not going to do anything for the American people. And it doesn't matter how much you tag him and stuff, and how much you tell him. He doesn't care, does not care. And did you see, I saw, Apothecary put out all the Republicans that voted against, putting the what do you call it? The
Save America Act?
They voted against the pesticides. They voted against them. What was it? What was they have to prove that they can't be held accountable? And I think it still passed because they had enough bipartisan support. But there was so many Republicans that voted against this. Just goes to show you who's beholden to the pharmaceuticals and the pesticide companies, or they just won, because I think they are just one.
Yeah, I think it was Monsanto was trying to get some type of indemnity because of all the lawsuits. And yeah, it's just incredible. And that's what I love about Trump, is nobody owns him. Like, he doesn't need this job. He'd never needed the money. It was never about the money. It was about the country. And you can tell which politicians are beholden to their lobbyists.
Oh, yeah. Pete Hegseth did that yesterday, too, when Elizabeth Warren tried to grill him. And he's like, I don't take money from, special interest groups. He goes, I don't, take any extra money. I don't take anything. Nobody owns me. Nobody owns the president. Nobody owns this, this institution. And she was so flustered and got pissed off because he went and said that. And she knew exactly what he was saying, because these people are bought out by these big companies to lobby for them, and they're gonna stick by the side of them, and it's gonna show. It's showing now. It's already showing now who's really with these companies and who they're fighting for. Not for the people, us. I mean, we should know what is in our foods and what's getting put on our crops and everything else, and the damage it could do, and the list of the Republicans that said no to this is very upsetting. It's very upsetting.
Well, again, the lobbyists, that whole system is so corrupt, and they take advantage of the fact that the First Amendment, about free speech, it's they what do you call it? Package it up. Well, we have the right to put our grievances to the government and all this kind of crap. That's what they hide under. Meaning that, if a group of people, a group of Americans, a group of patriotic people come together and say, hey, here's our grievances, this is what we want to see changed or whatnot. That was the idea that it was behind, but it's become so corrupt. Now you have huge budgets, huge corporate America, huge companies that use that falsehood and call themselves lobbyists, that we're just telling our grievances to the government. No, you're not. You're telling them exactly what to do, and you're funding their damn campaigns through it. So it's just so corrupt. But again, they hide behind the Constitution and twist and turn it and tweak it. And I'm tired of it. We're all tired of it. Enough is enough. Something's got to be done. Not only, I know people are focusing on the SAVE Act and thinking that that's like the holy grail and blah, blah, blah. And yes, it needs to be passed. There's no question about it. But until we actually work on the electoral process and make people aware that only 2 states in the entire country are left that use the Electoral College the way it was designed to be, that's a big problem, a huge problem, which nobody seems to understand. Nobody seems to want to talk about. But if every state went back to the way it was designed, and each voting district or electoral vote went to the candidate instead of this, if 51% of the state goes towards one candidate, then the rest of the state goes. No, that's not how it was designed. But nobody seems to want to freaking talk about that. And that, to me, would make more of an impact than the SAVE Act and everything put together. That's just my opinion. So there you go.
So, Truth, can you dumb that down for this old nurse in the middle of a cornfield? Because I didn't quite understand what you just said.
So if you look at the Electoral College, the way it was designed, okay, each state, as we know, has a certain number of electoral votes. Do you understand that part of it?
Yeah.
Okay, so like California, I think this last election cycle went down to 52, if I'm not mistaken. It was 54 before. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just throwing a number. That's California is one example. But each state has a certain number of electoral votes. Okay. So the way it was designed is each district or electoral vote within that state is supposed to go to whatever candidate they voted for. But along the years of going on, only 2 states are left, Nebraska and Maine, that if you look at it, you'll go back and go, oh, wow, I didn't realize that, because most people don't, that they have split votes of that state. A couple votes go to the Democrat candidate, a couple votes go to the Republican candidate, meaning the state was kind of split. But all the other states, if 51% of the electoral votes go to a certain candidate, then all the rest that didn't vote for that candidate still go to that candidate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but why? When did this happen, and why don't we know about it?
That's the point I'm trying to make. It's happened over the last, 100 years, give or take, to where slowly but surely. And then you have a couple states like Alaska that have what the hell is that their voting system called?
Ranked choice voting.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Which is completely unconstitutional, complete bullshit.
Hence why Murkowski got in again.
Exactly.
This is helping explain.
Right. So then think about this, Jeannie, because most of the presidential elections, they focus on the same states every time. Then they name these quote unquote swing states. Right. The campaign trail is virtually the same trail it's been for decades now. to where they only focus on the certain states. You know what I'm talking about? Georgia, Florida, Texas, all these certain states.
Right.
They wouldn't be able to do that. This would change the whole game, because if you know that each state, every district of that state counts, the whole campaign trail would be totally different, because they'd have to go literally to every single state and do their best to win over each district in that state, if that makes sense. Each voting electoral vote in that state. I'm hoping I'm making sense.
Well, how come you're the only one I'm hearing this from? Why is this such a why aren't we hearing this from all over the place?
I personally have been saying it for decades, as long as I've figured it out. But
I don't know,
nobody wants
Tony,
to listen.
why do all these politicians keep calling us a democracy and not a republic? It's one of those things.
So and I am completely not in this realm knowledgeable whatsoever, because I just am not. But my question is, why can't we impeach these politicians? That why can't we just go and say, okay, you're done, you're out, you're not listening to us. We've done the calculation of what the American people want. Boom, here it is. You're not doing it. Get out.
Yeah, and this here we are. Here's the conundrum. Here's the catch-22. You know what I mean? There's a lot of why questions, very basic, like, really? Why are they not doing that? This is where we're caught. Our Constitution has been so manipulated, so misused, so unused, right? And then you have tons of legislation that's out there that people consider law, which isn't law. It's just legislation. And most of it, not most of it, a lot of it is unconstitutional. Marbury versus Madison. If you look at that, any law that's made that's not constitutional isn't a law. But most people abide by these things, just like the Second Amendment. Any of these states that make any law about, your firearms, any law they're not allowed to make shall not be infringed. I don't see what the frickin' difficulty in understanding that language is. It's pretty plain and clear, right? So all of those laws are bogus. And technically, anybody who's fought it and had a good attorney, a constitutional attorney, anybody who's fought any kind of thing regarding that wins. But you never hear about it. They just keep it on the hush hush.
So this is phenomenal, because I have had so many different conversations with other people that I wouldn't know how to answer. And this is exactly what I needed. Because I'm like, why are we kowtowing to the NIH? Why are you worried about who's doing what, the who, how, when, why, when we're the ones with the power to educate patients? Who do the patients trust? Right? It's us. So screw them. I mean, we need to take our power back. That's what I'm thinking. Right?
Well, yeah, and that's where Trump's speech, where he said that he's making a big change and he's giving the power back to we the people. He's trying to tell us that plainly so that we grab the reins and do it. But again, we've been so conditioned in our society as of late, especially, to where we believe otherwise. We unfortunately have believed the lies that have been told to us most of our lives. I know, us Generation X people get at least a taste of freedom, but it was already screwed up by then. That's why I say all the time that, you're taught in school how great FDR was, how great Martin Luther King was. I'm sorry, they were freaking communists, straight up communists. And the more you learn about Martin Luther King, no matter how much his message may have been good, the message out in public, right? But a lot of them were communist ideals. It was disgusting. It was just disgusting. But people don't want to acknowledge that. We were told these lies. Oh, FDR, one of the greatest presidents in history. No, he destroyed this country. He bankrupted this country, you know? And when we start saying the truth and seeing for what it was and what really happened, then you start to be able to put the pieces together. And like I said, the Electoral College that I tried to explain, nobody seems to get that. Nobody, it just is completely overlooked.
Right. I have had conversations about the Electoral College with classmates and that type of thing. And I'm like, why don't you understand the basic concept of Electoral College? I mean, they want the popular vote. Well, wait a minute. Why is it so hard for them to understand why these men were brilliant who wrote the Constitution? I love when you say, read the Communist Manifesto, you dumbasses, if you really want.
Well, it's a sad fact. No, but it's a sad truth, Jeannie. Most people don't understand what we're up against. That's why I've read, part of the manifesto in these spaces so many times. I kind of got to beat it over people's head. Like, dude, if you don't know the enemy and what they're all about and what we're up against, you're going to lose. And if anybody reads the Communist Manifesto, they will blow their minds because it's quoted daily on most news stations, most reporters, most politicians. They're quoting the freaking Communist Manifesto daily.
Yeah, it's interesting because I was on an earlier space, and you know how I complain about the other spaces because they're just not, they're meaningless. And I'm reminded of two Bible verses that get me through, right? The first one was Ephesians 2, verse 10. We are here because God put us here, and He had this work set aside for us before we were even dust. And the other one was the delusion that He puts on people. He sets the delusional thought process on it. And so I guess my point is that when you're in these spaces and they're just like rattling on us about bullshit, when you go back to the Bible, the Bible straight up tells you what we're supposed to do. Does that am I making any sense?
No, of course. I mean, again, people want to deny that this is a Christian nation. It always has been from the inception of it. Always has been. If you look at the original 13 colonies, you look at all of their state constitutions, every single one of them made it a requirement to acknowledge Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Every single one of them. Anybody who was in office. So anybody who wants to deny that this is a Christian-based, country is an idiot. Hasn't read. They don't know. But we've been fighting this evil and anti-Christian for, and again, it's not that Christians are perfect. Believe you me, all of us fall short of the glory of God. Every single one of us, But if we don't have a nation that is focused on God and the goodness of God and trying to live a moral life, right, we're doomed. And we see how far it's come to where they took prayer out of school. And, it's just one little grift at a time, one little thing at a time that has broken down our society. So now if you have no sense of morality, if you have no sense of what's right and wrong, I mean, look at how evil it is right now, how our poor children are so confused if they're spending a lot of time on social media, if they're watching all this nonsense, if they watch virtually any damn TV show these days or any movie. It's always against the Christian faith, against Christ. You know, when people curse and take the Lord's name in vain, they don't say, "Oh, Buddha." Nobody gives a crap if they say that. You know what I mean? But what do they say? They always take Jesus Christ's name in vain, right? I mean, our whole damn timeline is based on his life. So
You are so wise. You are exactly. They're not saying, "Oh, Buddha." I love it. I love the way you explain and educate. You're phenomenal. Do not stop. Do not stop.
well, it ain't me. I truly do. My wife and I this morning, we pray every morning and read the Bible. And this morning we, read the Bible and we talk about it and discuss it because that is the only truth there is. And it can only, set you free if you read and believe and start to understand and study. But again, this is not pushing my beliefs on anybody. Here's the catch-22 about God. God is a God that gives you all free will, all of us. Choose them or not. It's up to you. With that comes responsibility. If we have free will, we can do whatever we want. That's kind of the whole point of our country. When we base it on the values of God, freedom comes from God, and that means freedom to not choose God. And people don't get that. We all have free will. You can choose God or not. Hey, that's up to you, right? But unless we have a society based on those principles, based on that sense of morality, based on absolute freedom that comes from God, you are doomed. You're doomed. So, it's an interesting conversation. I certainly, we're not supposed to talk about politics, religion, and sex, and we do that virtually every day in this space. But anyway, my co-hosts are pretty silent. What's going on, guys?
Julie, do you want to go first?
Sorry, I was scrubbing my bathroom. I'm cleaning. I'm multitasking because it is Friday. Yes, and it is feel good. And the sun is shining. It's a beautiful day. I'm going to hopefully get out soon. Enjoy a little bit of fresh air, even though it's a lot colder than it was down in Key West. That's for sure. I still have to wear a sweatshirt here. However, it's Friday. It's a good day. Like I said, I know we kind of got off kilter there, but that we are celebrating all the wins. Guys, come up and talk about all the good things that happened this week, because we have to highlight that, because they are trying to squash it every little bit they can. So come out and just talk about the good things. Don't talk about things that, are not going good, because that's what they want us to do. They want us to feed on that stuff and be angry about it. But I'm not, because I watched it. I watched Trump himself. I watched him. I watched his administration, the good guys that are coming out, that are fighting against what's going on in this country, and they have their receipts with them. So, guys, it's a good day. It really is a good day for me. I think we have a lot to celebrate. I'm not saying that we've won. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying we have a lot of good things to celebrate, and people should celebrate those good things instead of just, talking about the doom and gloom, because just like True said, it'll still be here on Monday. So talk about the good stuff. Talk about whatever you want. I come up here and talk about your stuff. Talk about your pet dog. I don't care. So it's all good. You won't be chastised for it.
Yeah, focusing on good is definitely challenging these days, right? Because we've got so much negativity, and the news loves to spin it and loves to get us all riled up about it, and oh my gosh, everybody's separated and blah blah blah. So yeah, I'm about tired of it, but I'm certainly glad that we all come together and try to do our best to work through those things, but also come up with solutions. And there's great people like Apothecaro, to where she does a heck of a lot of good to get people back on their health trip. Hey, Sovereign's in here. Hello, Sovereign. there's a lot of good things. Obviously, Miss Casey that does the American Rancher Alliance. The amount of time, effort, work, money that she's put into changing the way our beef gets to the stores and giving people full transparency and knowing who your rancher is and knowing where your cow came from. These are great movements to get behind. Obviously, our health is super important. But I see that Rule Aid came up here. What's going on, sir?
Oh, I was just tell everybody to quit thinking short term and think long term, and look at all the cool things that are happening with like Saudi Arabia leaving OPEC, and just look at the future. By summer, maybe early fall, everything we should be at the peak, the start of the golden era for Trump. And so I think everybody just needs to kind of just pay attention to the signs out there and the way different countries are pivoting and how that relates to the US. And if you do it that way, you'll realize there's a lot of really, really good things happening that this administration is doing and setting us up long term. So I'm not worried about anything at all. I feel like this fall, when it comes voting season, this is our chance. Like, we've been in a marathon, a sprint basically since 2016. And if you're going to pull up at the last stretch and give up, don't give up, because right now the biggest change is going to happen this fall. If we can get all these radical Democrats and stupid politicians that are just grifting off of all of our misery, we can get them out and get these judges out and start putting in the right people, then we can watch this next 2 years. We can see some accountability and some actual direction. But just look at the little wins. Try to find the little things each day. Don't fall victim to the egg prices or the gas prices, because that all changes. Everything Trump's doing is 3 to 6 months out or more. So just keep your head up.
100%. And if we listen to what they are talking about and what they're spouting on the news and what the Democrats and certain people are spitting out, that's meant to make us more upset and to not think that things are happening, and we should know it. And that's why we always tell people to research. Like when you see a Trump truth, make sure, go to his page on Truth Social and make sure that it's he actually said it, because sometimes, even though it looks like it's a funny thing and it's really for our side, it could be a detrimental thing if people keep sharing it out. I will not share out any Trump truths unless I go and verify it for myself. Because there's just too many AIs, too much fake stuff going around. So, there are so many good things, and exactly what you were saying, Rule. We have to take these wins as we get them, and we have to highlight them.
Yeah, there really are a lot of good wins. The fact that they're, indicting Fauci's crew. Can't wait to see that happen, right? They're closing in on Ilhan Omar, that piece of crap. I hope that Hakeem Jeffries is next to the dime store, freaking Obama.
Wait, you mean there really wasn't a World War XI?
Well, I seem to miss 3 through 10, so yeah, I don't think there was, unless I'm mistaken. But I'm a pretty good history buff.
I think probably the biggest win this week is the whole gerrymandering thing. I think it's just funny how all these hot topics, like these hot topics, if you give them a little bit of time, they all end up looking like hypocrites. And so it's just funny to watch the Supreme Court rulings and the way Clarence Thomas, the way he wrote that out, saying, hey, this is basically racist. This is racist in of itself, right? And that's DEI was racist in of itself, right? Everybody's starting to move towards merits and in a merit-based system and a whole different way of life. It's just going to take a little time to get adjusted to, and people are just going to freak out in the meantime. So just take note.
Oh, dude, the whole DEI crap. When I was getting out of the military, I really wish I would have just had the foresight to keep the damn paper that I saw. But anyway, I helped train like the water rescue team for the fire department in the area I was stationed in, and knew all the battalion chiefs, the whole nine, and they were all setting me up like, hey man, when you get out of the military, you got a place here. you should definitely apply next time the applications are open to become a firefighter, which I thought would be a perfect transition out of the military. And I shit you not, dude. The application thing came out and it said open positions, firefighter one, blah, blah, blah. Caucasian males need not apply. I shit you not. And I was just dumbfounded. I'm like, is this a print error? Are they serious? And I talked to, a couple of the battalion chiefs. They're like, dude, I'm sorry. I mean, you certainly can try, but do you have any minority status that you could, swing legally and all that stuff? And anyway, it was unreal. To watch when that first kind of started, and what was it? Wasn't it like early '90s ish? I think.
Has it been around that long?
Yeah, that's when I first. That's like I'm saying, my experience with that. But well, it might have been. Yeah, it was early '90s. Yeah, but it was. It was under a different title. It wasn't DE. What? Equal. Was it Equal Opportunity? Terry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Equal opportunity employer. Equal. Yeah.
Yeah, that is correct. I know back in the 80s and 90s, that was really big. Like they were wanting police departments to hire a certain amount of minorities. And, that's when it all really started to kick in. You saw a lot of that during, well, I'd say it was happening during the Reagan administration. I'm not dogging Reagan, but yeah, it just had a different name then.
There's plenty of things to dog Reagan about. You can be honest about it. It's okay.
Well, I love what he stood for the
100%.
most part, but he was swindled just like Trump gets swindled, just like anybody who gets in the office. If they really don't understand the Potomac two-step and how that all works, they're kind of doomed. And Trump learned the hard way the first time and was trying to fix it the second time, and then got, of course, cheated out of his presidency. So by the time you learn it, then you're done. And so this is another thing of why I freaking cannot stand FDR or the Democrats in any way, shape, or form, because they let that piece of crap communist stay in office for 4 terms, right? And he literally changed the fabric of our country, our Constitution, the whole night, just destroyed it. And then right after, what do? Oh, well, no, presidents can't hold more than two terms in office. So the damage that was done by a president being able to be there enough time to make significant change, then they made it illegal for that to happen again, knowing damn well that it's just you can't change it. Hey, we did it. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
Oh yeah. Now we just need to do term limits for members of Congress.
Yeah, well, I'm not holding my breath on that for them to vote themselves to, take a pay cut, all that stuff. Rusty, what's going on?
Yeah, you guys were talking about the DEI and stuff, and that kind of reminded me, like, I didn't know that's what it was back then, but my first office job that I ever had, there was like kind of a friend of the family that hooked me up with Georgia Regional. It's like a mental health facility, a state-funded mental health facility, and I did office work there worked in procurement and receivables and stuff like that for probably about 6 or 7 years. And then we got a black man, I don't remember his name, but he was head of the whole hospital, And then you started seeing a lot. I mean, I didn't notice. I mean, I didn't realize, but like a lot of white people were leaving and black people were coming in. And one day, a guy from the food service next door came down and he was like, there's GBI out there. We had heard that they had sent drug sniffing dogs around to people's cars. Like they were, I don't know why, but I didn't think anything about it. He was like, they're coming down this way towards y'all way. And he looked directly at me and I was like, okay. And then he came back and he was like, they're at your car. And I was like, okay. And he was like, I think you need to go out there. And I was like, I don't do drugs. I don't need to go out there. Um, so finally somebody came in and they were like, you need to come out here. Long story short, they of course didn't find anything, but there were rumors flying around that they did. And so months after I demanded that they send me something in writing that they didn't find anything. And when they sent me something in writing, it said that they found something like some um weed ash or something like that in my ashtray. And I was like, I don't smoke weed and I don't use my ashtray. It had like scent beads in it. And even my boss knew that because we both smoked cigarettes and it would always irk her why I didn't use my ashtray. And I was like, just dump it out the window or I'd have a can there. But I ended up going, she told me to go to the EEOC, I think it was. It was like some kind of employment group or something. And I picked the one white guy that was in there because I had a feeling it was like a black white thing. So I go in there and I sit and talk with him and he was like, yeah, it's a big thing. Hadn't you noticed like a lot of people are missing? He was like, they're trying to fire us like any way they can. And it just freaking petrified me because I thought this is my first job. If I get fired for some bogus like this, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be hard to get another one. So I ended up transferring to a place and by the way, that was the first time I had to have some kind of like DEI training. We sat in a room and it was mostly just a few white people and a bunch of black people. And then they made us like give examples of myths or different things that you had heard about the opposite color person. Like for me, I'd have to give an example of something that I'd always heard about black people, and then black people would give something they had. It was super awkward and just very cringe. You know what I mean? Like I despised even having to be in it. It was just really cringe. But I ended up transferring to another place that was closer home. It was smaller. Of course, the pay wasn't typically as good, but my boss there was black and she fucking hated me too. It was so bad. She like rode my ass until finally I got a job in the private sector. And I'm so glad. It was the best decision I ever made. I mean, I make tons of money, more than what I made. You know what I mean? And it's the career I have now. Totally different career, but I mean, I don't know. Yeah, and my point was, it was back in the early '90s. That's was my experience then. But it just like I'll say too, the average. So I've worked with a lot of black people, of course, when I worked for the state. The average worker, they were cool as hell. We were good friends, but it was just like the upper stuff. You could tell that they were just like, they had a mission, and that's, you know what I mean? And they were it was all about color. You know what I'm saying? Your days were numbered. If you were white, you knew it. And, it was just really gross. And honestly, that I'll say this too, that kind of mentality breeds laziness because that place went to teetotal shit once they started, because it's very hard to fire somebody when you work in the state. You know what I'm saying? So they were resorting to underhanded tactics, you know what I'm saying, that could have destroyed my whole, well, I wouldn't say my whole life, but how in the hell am I supposed to, I've done sunk, 7 years in my 20s, you know what I'm saying, on a job, and then to walk away with something like that, So I did the best thing and I just decided to move on, but it turned out shitty. I mean, it used to be like a premier place that people would go, even to be a state facility. Like it was like I'll never forget. I remember them telling me when I started to work there, like they had Channel 5 newsman came here one time because he had a nervous breakdown or something. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, like it had tennis courts and stuff, but it turned out being like shit. And that's what happens when you judge people on the color of their skin or any other immutable quality instead of their work. You know what I'm saying? You're going to get mediocrity, So I don't know. That's what I got to say.
It makes you wonder, Rusty. Sorry to cut you off, but you're kind of bringing up an interesting point because the time we're living in right now, and all these politicians at the same time talking about amnesty for all these people, because what they're worried about is the ag industry, right? You go into California, into wine country, who's picking the grapes, who's picking the berries, who's harvesting, who's doing all that, right? But now rewind back in the 90s, let's say you, me, and Joe Blow over here are white, and we're working for this company, and there's this equal opportunity, right? And you're talking about whites getting pushed out of the workforce. Well, I think that gave the business owner a lot of cards. He was like, well, I can pay this guy significantly less, right? And then you go out and you find a new job, and then it's significantly less. And then all of a sudden, your culture and your everything else that you built's gone, right? And it's the same thing happening now. It's literally the same thing.
Look, what they don't tell is stop and think about this. So not only did that place turn to crap, but they also shut down all the institutions. So the black person got the shaft again, really. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
but
they
that's
were
what
out of job. And you got to stop and think, all these foreigners that are coming over here, they are getting those business grants. That's the reason why you can't go into any gas station,
right.
Anything. That's not Americans getting that. It's like they pit us against each other, and then they screw us both on the back end. Do you know what I'm saying? And everything goes to the foreigners.
It's like they lost the black vote over time, right? And they realized that black people woke up and said, hey, these guys are using us for our votes. They're keeping us down, blah, blah, blah. Slowly but surely, here we are. It's 2026, 2020. You can go back to 2020's election because this was a hot topic. And they're trying to import a whole new voter class for the exact same thing. And it's all about cheap labor, right? Same thing, H-1B. It's same thing in the tech industry is happening, what's happening in the agriculture industry, right? These are industries that are getting absolutely crushed because of these policies.
Yeah, and like I said, it's the American. Let's put it that way, not the black or the white. It's the American that gets screwed because telling you, yeah,
100%. I'm trying to dance around that subject is on a tightrope because it's kind of a tough thing to talk about without sounding like a fucking racist, Sorry for cussing again. Sorry, guys.
Seriously, I'm to the point to where I really don't care. That's the truth. It's factual. I can prove it. It happened to me. If you think that's racist, well, you're probably right. It was racist against me. You know what I mean? But
100%.
Still, again, they ended up getting screwed anyway because they did away with all the mental institution hospitals. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what that place is now,
Yeah, my grandma worked in one for years. She'd come home tattered, bruised, spit on. I mean, treated like shit, and it's, they're all closed now. And then all we have now are people living on the streets, homeless, doing drugs, we have serious mental decline. And I think that's why Trump just keeps hinting at the asylum thing, because there's something has, the rubber's met the road already.
Well, make asylums great would be a great thing to get behind. But yeah, I mean, especially this whole trans movement crap. It's when we grew up, that was straight up mental illness. If you look at actually any book on psychology, psychiatry, it's always been considered mental illness, and those people got actual help and were in institutions and trying to work through it. And now this is all of a sudden normal. This is normal behavior. This is something that they're preaching to our children as a target. It's so disgusting to see. I'm really in disbelief a lot of times. I just can't even believe that we're even here talking about this kind of crap or even giving it any power. You're talking about 0.0000001% of the population.
But they also, I fall for it too. I saw a trans person post something, and I'm they're getting lambasted in the comments, and of course I jumped in it too. But the reality of that is they've created these lifelong pharmaceutical patients that have very high suicide rates. I mean, these people are pitiful. They were weak-minded to begin with to fall for that crap. And then, you know what I'm saying? So once again, they're pitting us against each other. And it's, you know what I'm saying? We're going to be the ones, I still have a heart. You know what I'm saying? If somebody come up to me and they were devastated by something like that, and then they're trying to detransition, and then, you know what I'm saying? a Frankenstein experiment is what they are. It's freaking, it's sadistic, and you know, I 100% agree. Though you cannot feed into that. You cannot feed you can't feed into their delusion. You know what I'm saying? That's not helping them at all. But anyway, I'll
Oh,
shut
it's
up.
mental illness.
Can I tie this all together with my original conversation starter when I hopped in with oil? Because it all ties together. You're probably like, you're crazy, Relayed, but it does.
Yeah, you go ahead.
So, you know, we lose what, 100,000 people due to fentanyl, right? You're talking about the opioid addictions and the homelessness and the mental health and everything that's going on in the streets of California, Chicago, New York. That's all the fentanyl precursors. Those come here. Those come from China, and they get sent over to the cartel. The cartels had complete control over the Venezuelan refineries and the entire oil markets, the Panama Canal, in conjunction with the Chinese, right? And what did Iran get? Iran got, you know, nuclear insight, bombs, and they got to sell their oil to China and the drug cartels. So all of it tied together. They're all working together. So you have the terrorist regimes choking the Strait of Hormuz and doing economic coercion and blackmail. And then you had the cartels doing the same exact thing just off of our southern coast. And it's all tied together, right? So instead of us being compassionate and taking care of the problem and keeping these asylums open and, you know, making sure we're allocating funds to these people for help, we're not. It's all just flowing back through these NGOs, through all these different things into each other's pockets, and the whole entire oil market, our market, we're all held hostage, right? In offices, we continue on and we continue to vote Democrat. But meanwhile, they're taking an entire power structure with the oil industry and they're choking and they're creating blackmail on politicians all across the world for leverage to get what they want. And that the end game is us. We're screwed. We're the ones that are sitting here fighting each other, calling each other racist or xenophobic, or you're stupid, you're this, you're that. And we're all missing the big picture. We were being sold out, our jobs, our oil, everything. And that's Trump's entire play, is to get control back in Iran when we had Western partnerships with Iran with oil prior to Khomeini being there. And once Khomeini got in, that's when the British Empire took over and literally started meddling in all of the propaganda, whether it's turning us against the Jewish people, whether it's turning us against Russia. All of this stuff is propaganda aimed at taking, for us to comply with the global agenda. And that's what this all is. So China's been killing us off. We've been funneling all of our money to all of these places and to these bad actors, and these people are just killing us off. And we sit on Twitter and we talk about it, and our politicians don't do a damn thing about it. And that's got to end. But that's how it all ties together.
Oh yeah, it's all of it. Unfortunately, it all ties to the same thing. Obviously, the New World Order, all that kind of crap. United Nations is disgusting. That the whole point of that thing is to, again, get one world government. You know, if you don't see that, you're really just not paying attention. It's time to pay attention. Nationalism is a good thing. Being proud of where you're from, proud of your country. You know, these are good things. Keeping, this country, of course, is built on the ideals of, hey, come here for freedom. We have open arms. As long as you're adhering to the quote unquote American way, that you want to come here, you want the opportunity, you love the fact that is a capitalist society to where you can start your own business, you can, try to succeed as much as possible, you can live your American dream. Now, part of that though, I really don't like the phrase American dream, because that means you're in a dream state. How about the American reality, right? Create your own American reality, not a dream state. Being in a dream state is useless. dreamers and all that kind of crap. Again, we've been so romanticized on that. How about reality? Let's wake up to a little bit of reality here, folks.
But we just got to connect the dots
know?
for people. That's the thing. Like we're fighting everybody else's battles, but and we keep blaming all the wrong countries, but really it's us fighting on behalf of the UK. We're constantly being put in the middle because they want their treasure, but they don't want to fight for it. And that's the issue we have right now. And unfortunately, the entire geopolitics, all the teams are changing right now. And if you're not keeping up with what other countries are doing, like I said earlier to Julie, is look for the little signs. The little signs tell you what's happening. Everything in between is just noise. But
well, Trump pulled our military out of Germany, and he's saying that perhaps Italy and Spain are coming next.
Yeah,
like he's done.
They profit.
You know?
They profit off of all the instability, whether it's instability with us in South America or instability in the Middle East. That's the Lloyd's of London makes money off of a war. They underwrite it. They finance it. The propaganda, all of it. And that's why they want us to go to war with Russia. That's why they want NATO and Ukraine tied together, because that basically creates a northern buffer zone, because they know that we would have to come help, and we're trying to back out from all the prior mistakes that we've made for 50 years.
Well, you know, when we take our bases out of foreign countries, you know how much money the local communities lose? You know how much money is spent by by military members when they're overseas and everything? So as soon as we pull our troops out of any country, that country loses not only our protection, but they lose economy.
Right.
You know?
Yep. But you're watching the future of warfare right now. The future of warfare is going to be economic warfare. It's going to be all through the air and the sea, moving forward. And it's good to see. I mean, you actually,
What's up, Terry?
yeah, because you could see, you woke up yesterday, and what was Ukraine doing? They were bombing all the Russian oil refineries, and then at the same time, Saudi Arabia is leaving OPEC, so they don't have to. They're not capped on their oil production anymore, so that helps increase the supply. So at the same time, there's negatives happen at the same time as there's positives, right? So you got to be able to see those things in real time, and you can see everything's kind of balancing out. That's why everybody's like, "Well, why is my price gas $4 yesterday?" Right? That was the big topic. Well, this is why, because all these good things are happening, but here's all these bad things that are also happening. And then when you tie it all together, you realize it's just a giant grift.
Well, you know, hopefully people can see clearly. Terry, were you going to say something about?
Yeah, I was going to make a correction to what I was talking about earlier. For those that just joined the space, we were talking earlier about our victories this week, how we've seen Virginia struck down because they skipped a major step on their redistricting. And then we saw the victory in Louisiana. The Democrats, and we were talking about how DEI started with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC. And I had said it was going on during the Reagan years. The correction I want to make is it was actually voted into law in 1965, which would have been under the LBJ administration. And the agency was created to, quote, ensure quality of opportunity and to enforce federal legislation prohibiting employment discrimination. But what we've seen happen through the years is the Democrats, instead of looking at it, it was just a gateway to allow everybody the same opportunity. They've now hijacked that and turned it into that if a person is a certain color, they're entitled to that position, whereas it should be based on merit. Like when I get on a plane, I really don't care if they're male, female, black, or white. I just want to know that they've went through all the training and they were the best person for that job the day that they interviewed. And that's kind of what we were talking about earlier. So, but yeah, we've had some victories this week, and I love it. And I love watching the Democrats react when they lose like that. And they're never going to say, God, we were wrong. We were wrong. And Trump was right. They're never going to say that ever. It's never going to happen. Don't wait for that to happen. It's just not going to happen.
Well, I mean, the easiest explanation is just narcissists. That's it. That's all they are. If you don't understand narcissistic behavior, then you're never going to understand why the Democrats are the way they are. Narcissists, they prey, especially on empaths. They prey on us. and they try to get you in and then guilt trip you, and oh my gosh, you're wrong and I'm right, and it's always all about them and what they're going to get from it, never about we or us, never, ever. And again, my biggest pet peeve is when they continue to call our country a democracy. That's just something I just talk about cringe. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. It's just ridiculous, the lies that continue to be perpetuated with them, especially with the help of one of the most powerful things, the media. You know, again, most TV shows, movies, all the news. They have said that over and over and over, calling our country a freaking democracy, so much so that here we are now in 2026, and a very high percentage of your regular Americans believe that this country is a democracy. That should be such a wake-up call to folks to understand how little people really know about how fragile our country is, what it was founded on, the principles. No one that I know, I talk about it a lot, but nobody that I know has actually read through the Federalist and Anti-Federalist papers, which is such an important set of documents to read through to really get the gist and understanding of what went into creating our Constitution. Finally, we had the Articles of Confederation first and foremost when we were going to war to try to bring the colonies together as one, so to speak. You know, that was our initial Constitution, if you will, but it all started with the Declaration of Independence, which a lot of thought, time, and effort was put into that. And the Universal Cry, they sent that out. There's tons of copies of the Declaration of Independence, not just the one that we have, but they sent out a whole bunch of copies all across the world, declaring to the world, hey, we're tired of the king, we're tired of England, we are claiming our freedom, but the freedom that comes from God, not from man, and we're starting something new. Anybody else on board? You know, aren't you sick of it, right? So it's just interesting to see how far in 250 years we've turned around to almost be the complete opposite. So realizing the responsibility that we have as American citizens, it's our duty. It's our duty and our responsibility to do whatever it takes to keep this republic intact. And we do it lawfully, right? But vigorously, and talk is cheap. The doing is where it matters, and massive action. But everybody's become so complacent, and then the big test to see where we were was COVID. That was a huge test to basically get a litmus test. Let's see how stupid and brainwashed the world is, not just America, the world. Let's just make up something, which is essentially the flu, but the flu disappeared, just so you know, for a couple of years, which was a miracle that nobody talks about. Let's just see how stupid they are. In fact, we know, and we've said for many years, that masks don't work and they can't against an airborne pathogen. But let's push the envelope. Let's tell them that masks don't work at the beginning, but now let's change up the script. And let's tell them that masks do work. In fact, let's tell them to put on 2 or 3 or put a handkerchief around you, and you're totally going to be safe from it. You know, this is these tests that have been going on. We have all failed miserably, unfortunately. So they know, oh, okay, yeah, they're that stupid. It's worked. All these years of programming them, through television with all this bullshit. Hey, it worked. Wow. What else can we do? Oh, let's just stir the pot. Hey, let's make racism alive again. Let's do that because, these people are stupid, so that's going to work. You see what I mean? So it gets frustrating to watch all this stuff occur. And for the most part, a majority of people are just kind of allow it to happen. And, oh, well, I live in a great country. What am I worried about? Well, this great country, this great nation is on the verge of being gone. And if you don't think that if Kamala Ding Dong got elected, that this country wouldn't exist, you are sorely mistaken. You're really not paying attention.
If she was in office, we would not have our republic. It would be gone. I don't know if people really understand
Well,
that.
Russia, actually, Putin views 2020. He said in an interview, I think last week, said that the reason they invaded Crimea is because they viewed Biden's win as illegitimate and that our government was overthrown in 2020. So that was his way. That's why he attacked Crimea, is because he didn't know whether Trump would ever get back in. So he took what he felt like he needed to do, which was push back on NATO encroachment to the east.
Yep. It's all the writing's on the wall. You just got to be able to decipher and see through it, see through all the bullshit. Watch several different sources, or get your information from valuable resources. But I know we have a new speaker that came up. I believe it's Mega Ron. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Truth. The great thing I love about what's happening right now is the very social media that kind of triggered us all into action. I remember in 21 when Elon bought X and I signed up, and I was just done. I could never get anywhere on Facebook or Instagram. We were all cut off. Seems like we were silenced. But last night I was talking in a room, and the subject was Texas and what has happened in Texas. And I I've lived in Texas for over 20 years, but now I live in Kentucky. So, but the thing is this is a very passionate thing. So it's one thing for us all to sit there and meme and write letters to each other. But what's happening now, and Mr. Truth, you're doing such a great job of being very deliberate and well spoken about everything that's been going on. But the thing that we have the opportunity to do now is the same thing that Scott Pressler's doing, is pay attention to the numbers. The big point I was trying to make is what happened in Texas to me, that I witnessed, is Mr. Truth is correct. They do not play by the rules. We think as families, and we buy a house and we raise our kids in the house. Well, the people that are coming to what I saw in Texas, it wasn't families. They were taking over neighborhoods, and they were moving in such large numbers that it was impossible for any of us regular Americans to fight back, because the borders had been open. So again, the suicidal empathy of the Democrats allowed a just all the rules to be broken, and that's what is getting us, is that we are all still playing by the rules. And we're letting the Democrats get our emotions into gear, when if you look at what Scott Pressler's doing, he's paying attention to the numbers. And an important thing to point out is what I've learned since I've moved to Kentucky. If you'll notice, President Trump made a point in one of his speeches to point out that Kentucky was a commonwealth. And then you look at places like Virginia, West Virginia, and Virginia, there's numbers involved in how states are structured, and it's all about the numbers. The Democrats are playing the numbers against us, using the media to get us all distracted. I was not born in America, but I'm an American, and I lived in Germany most of my youth. So when I came to America, it amazed me. It's always been like I've always been sort of blessed, I guess, because Americans don't pay attention. I say that as an American, but it's the education is the key, and it's the numbers that everybody's got to pay attention to, and we can all do this. So I hope these spaces and these talks, I keep saying in my post, everything happens at the dinner table. You've got to get back to the dinner table and start talking politics with your kids. Last night I got too emotional. I never got to this point, but somebody brought up Bill Clinton. And if I remember, and I've heard this said before, but when that political correctness thing came in, that's when everything started going wrong, because it seemed to me like nobody voted every 2 years. Everybody just started voting 4 years and ignored, all the little things that were happening, all the erosions of the sort of American way, and this diversity stuff crept in. So it's all happened. I say it all the time, every nation has the government it deserves. So, I'm ready. I hope everybody else is getting fired up.
Maga, I'm curious, where were you born?
I was born in Osaka, Japan, on a military base, an Air Force base. I'm an Air Force brat. I went to first grade in Ansbach, Germany. I went to high school in Wiesbaden, and I did graduate here in Kentucky. I did a year at EKU. I've been around, but it's typical Air Force brat crap, and
You're
I'm
not
a
an anchor baby. You're not an anchor baby.
no, I'm not an anchor baby. My parents are Indiana Hoosiers, but I'm not from Indiana. I don't like Indiana. So, I've always had this problem of where you're from, and I'm not from anywhere. I have been all over United States. And what really triggered, what really got me in Texas was that, and you brought up COVID, Mr. Truth. I was I'm a power systems engineer. So at that time, I was one of the guys running around with the letter and still driving all across the country, flying all across the country. So I was in the airports when these people were being herded through airports at night, and I saw them all. I saw all this. Here we are. They're telling us to mask. They're telling us we need letters in order to travel. And then you see these things in the airport, people carrying groceries. They're not from here, and they're not Mexicans, and they're not families, and they're being herded like, I saw it. So the sort of irony, or the irony of our government, we're all betrayed is basically, what I would say. So
Sold
it's
out.
time to really pay attention to the numbers. We've got to vote. We've got to do the Pressler moves. Everybody needs to be Scott Pressler right now. I'm a
Well,
big Scott Pressler fan.
hold on a second.
Somebody, yeah, thank you.
But hold on. So, okay. As far as the real numbers of the invasion that took place in the 4 years that piece of crap geriatric was not in power, the people behind him were, which we all know is basically Obama and Clinton and all that crap. But what really irks me about those numbers, we're talking over 50 million, guaranteed. That's more than 10% of our entire population.
And it's visibly noticeable in Houston, Texas.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It is. There's
Nebraska.
no room for white people.
Whoa, who
Houston,
said Nebraska?
Texas.
Because I live in Nebraska.
Yeah, I did, yeah. And Nebraska as well. Which part are you in there, Rule?
I'm in Omaha. Are you in Nebraska?
No, sir. No thanks. No offense.
Dude, Omaha is
no.
Nebraska's a great state, man. We're fighting our fucking asses off to keep this state.
Hey, Rule, again, dude, with the F-bombs, please, man, one more time. I'll have to mute you.
Right,
I
sorry.
don't want to do that.
Sorry.
That's just one of our things.
Yeah.
We're all adults. We all say it. I say it. It's one of my favorite words, but just in these spaces.
Yeah, I got you, man. I'll
Yeah. But let me make this point here. Okay, so during that invasion, if you read through the Constitution, our federal government is actually given very few powers, quote unquote, and one of the only powers that it's given is in Article 4, Section 4, which I'll read it to you. It says the United States shall guarantee to every state in this union, so all 50 states, a republican form of government, and shall protect each of them against invasion, and on application of the legislature or of the executive when the legislature can't be convened against domestic violence. Pretty straightforward, very black and white. And the fact that during that entire time, not one freaking person in our entire Congress from the House or Senate brought that up. And they were saying, oh, well, we can't shut down the border and all this bullshit. But they all swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, but not one damn one of them actually read the Constitution because it's right there. Article 4, Section 4. You need any kind of justification on to stop invasion? That's one of the few damn powers they were given. So I'm sorry, but that's the one thing that really irks me is that nobody brought that damn thing up. And even right now, hey, the border's closed, but they still didn't use that. Like I'm baffled by the stupidity and ignorance of the ones that we elected to actually uphold and defend the Constitution. But even so, I was screaming about this crap like I am now years before when it was going on. And even Americans, it says what? Where? In Article what?
Like, damn it, read our law. That's the supreme law of the land. Know it and hold people accountable to it. Sorry, that was my rant. There you go.
Well,
Well, and can I
it's
add something?
education. Education's the problem, and parents raising their children and teaching them this stuff.
So I just wanted to add real quick. I don't think that we need more little Scott Presslers running around registering low propensity voters. Election integrity groups in each state are like feverishly trying to get low. That's a big way that they cheat is through low propensity voters. Somebody maybe that either registered, they'll fake register them. I've even seen people have multiple voter IDs, right? So that's a big way that they cheat. Early voting is a scam. Don't do it. Vote day of. And so that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Totally agree. Julie, Terry, you guys do with me?
Well, Mag had
Yeah, I
made
am. I'm sorry. I'm doing something. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Mag had made an important point when he was talking that the Democrats cheat. Why is that? Why is it that the governor of Virginia signed into law before it was overturned their redistricting, and they had left a step out that the people had to decide first if that's what they wanted to do? Why did they install Kamala after Joe had a disastrous debate? She didn't have one primary vote. The answer is they're trying to convert us from a constitutional republic to to France. I don't know what they're doing,
And they know the numbers. They know they can do it because they're paying attention to the numbers, and we're not.
Right. So rule number one, Democrats cheat. Rule number two, see rule number one, and that's just the way they operate because everything they do defies the Constitution. It defies what our framers set up, and they're on a mission. And we have two seismic plates grinding against each other right now as it relates to faith, morality, and life. We've got the Republicans, we've got the conservatives, and they have the liberals, and they're just going completely off the rails. It's just over time. Let me just make this final point. If you're old enough to remember, back in 1976, it was our bicentennial anniversary. There were bicentennial pins and flags and decals and coffee cups, and it was just insane how patriotic it was in a great way. But I'm not seeing it on our 250th. Where's it at? Where is the patriotism? Where's the fact that we should be just so excited that we're coming up on our 250th anniversary? And I think it has to do with how our country has slid further away from God, morality, and subsequently our I'm not saying everybody's unpatriotic. I'm just saying I just don't see the same enthusiasm that I did 50 years ago. And I'll stop there.
Well, again, that's where they've discouraged nationalism. They've taught our children that this country was founded on racism and all that kind of crap, which is horse shit. It's just enough is enough. But again, people don't realize that we really have been programmed, and especially through television. In fact, the original name of television is television programming. The truth is always right in front of our face. We just seem not to see it. They told you the truth. They didn't hide it. Hey, this is television programming. We're going to tell you through visual things that we're going to program you. You can't make it up. It's right there. Go ahead, Rule.
Yeah, you kind of touched on what I was gonna say too, to a degree. And to answer Terry's question, I think years and years of deceit and manipulation and lies, you get to a point where you have to cheat, right? And they were cheating, and then all of a sudden they're like, we got to cheat more because they had to spin the racist stuff. They had to spin all this stuff to create the illusion that the country was this way, so they could keep selling it through the programming. And then when all those things didn't align, that's when everything started crumbling, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it all ties together. Like we said, if you just kind of look at the micro and the macro, I mean, It's a huge puzzle piece, but it's all leading to the same thing.
Mhm.
One world government, right? Complete control, communist society. That's the ultimate goal. If you don't think that is, you obviously are miseducated and haven't read through the Communist Manifesto. So you don't recognize when they're quoting it daily and what they really want.
Well,
right?
you saw the Smith-Mundt Act, the Modernization Act that Obama passed in the 20.
Well, he
He legalized propaganda.
Yeah, but the Smith-Mundt Act was actually he got that taken down. That was there to prevent that, and he actually took it away. Yes.
He modernized it. Yep, because it was like, I think it was foreign influence that they were saying, and so that's why, yeah. And ever since then, we've just, the programming has like doubled down, like the gaslighting, the lies,
yeah, he basically gave a free ticket to the news outlets to completely lie without any accountability. They can't be held accountable for it, no matter what the lie is. And so, yeah, that alone changed the entire fabric of the way our nation is. And he said it himself. He's here to change the entire. What was the quote? Gosh dang it! I hate even thinking of quotes that he said because he's such a freaking communist.
I hate that guy. I despise him.
Yeah, it's all a lie. And then, if you guys don't remember, Joan Rivers was the first one to tell everybody that Michelle's a dude, and then she died shortly thereafter. I mean, come on. She just blatantly said, well, everybody knows Michelle's a dude, and then she was gone, like within days. So, again, let me read this. I've read it so many times, but I'll read it again in case there's new listeners. This is straight out of the Communist Manifesto. This is what we are up against. You should recognize everything because it says right here, there are besides eternal truths such as freedom, justice, etc., that are common to all states of society. But communism abolishes eternal truths. It abolishes all religion and all morality instead of constituting them on a new basis. It therefore acts in contradiction to all past historical experience. That is what we're up against. That's why you need to read that crap document. It's only about 30 pages. But anyway, go ahead, Megaron.
Well, to tie it together, there's a thing called the least path of resistance. And us as humans are hard. If you're not raised in a sort of military environment or something with good education, you can really get caught up in what they're selling. They're selling the least path of resistance to exist as a human. You get free housing, free this, free that. So they offer the least path of resistance, and it's appealing. And then you put the cherry on top. And what's really scary about this is the only person that's still talking about this is Elon Musk. The cherry on top is that universal basic income. That's got to go away because that's kind of it seems like that's the big clincher that's drawing these sort of millennials and stuff. They want the least path of resistance. They just want to go straight to the nice house and the kids and the pool. And, so that's what we've got to watch out for is teach people, stay away from that least path of resistance because you don't grow. If go back to the way plants grow, if there's no wind or anything like that, making it wiggle and challenging it, that plant just kind of grows and dies. So I just wanted to add that. That's all.
Well, again, it's the whole delusion of the utopia on this earth. That's where, Karl Marx kind of went back to Socrates, Aristotle, all that crap of this utopian society where everybody just gets along in a big freaking kumbaya hug. No, I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. This is an evil world. It always has been. It always will be. Period.
And if you were growing up on Space 1999, that was pretty much the theme of every other episode.
Oh, of course. Hey, Terry, go ahead, and then we'll go to 10.
Yeah, I just wanted to dovetail on what Truth just said a minute ago about the Communist Manifesto. There was a man named Saul Alinsky, who you've probably heard about. And here were his rules on how to create a socialist state. And I'm going to be very quick. So as I read them, just think, does this apply right now? Are you seeing this? Rule number 1, healthcare. Control the healthcare and you control the people. Number 2, poverty. Increase the poverty level as high as possible. Number 3, debt. Increase the debt to an unsustainable level. Number 4, gun control. Remove people's ability to defend themselves. Number 5, welfare. Take control of every aspect of their lives. Education. Take control of what people read and listen to. Number 7, religion. Remove the belief in God from government and schools. And number 8, class welfare. Divide the people into the wealthy and the poor. Any of those sound familiar? Do you understand now why they hate Donald J. Trump? Do you understand why Kamala never really had a message? Because they didn't want her to have a message, because they were going to tell her what to do? Hello. Anyway, and that's why I took a hand. I see tinfoil's up. I just wanted to dovetail on what you were talking about. Go ahead, tinfoil.
It's all true, man. Go.
I do. I hope everyone's doing good this morning. I just kind of want to push back on, I can't remember who said it about the millennials part of it. Started working in 2001. I got my first job and wound up working for Best Buy around about 2004, 2005. I was bringing home around about $1,200 every 2 weeks, and that was good at the time. Thought it was good money at the time. Fast forward to now, I'm making about $50,000 a year, and I'm bringing home $1,300 every 2 weeks. And I was like, this is not right. Something's not very right here. And to make a long story short, it's the every time that it seemed to like make a little further ahead, taxes kept going up. And to make a little bit more here, taxes went up further. And I don't feel entitled at all. Just kind of like to get ahead a little bit, but with the system that they're trying to install here of you own nothing and be happy, they have been slowly increasing the pressure ever since I ever started working. And the people coming after me, the Gen Zs, they've got it tougher. I can't imagine being like them right now. I was lucky to get a starter house. I'm still living in the starter house. It's in the city that I don't really particularly care for, because the city I grew up in has totally changed into something I don't even recognize anymore. I have an Islamic neighbor now that has got me nervous. I would like to definitely sell this place and move out to the rural area just to get away, but I don't know how I'm going to do it, because what I was supposed to be making more now to be able to do it, I'm getting paid, I'm having to pay in taxes. So it's not just the millennials feeling entitled, it's the system's been set up against us, against us, and screwing us to keep us from doing what we need to do. So I'll end there.
Hey, thank you, Tim. Before Julie goes there, I forgot to mention, today is May Day, so it's May 1st. So there are people and places like where I was born in Hawaii that celebrate May Day and have cool little festivals and blah, blah, blah. So just want to throw it out there if y'all didn't know that. But go ahead, Julie.
Yeah, no. I hear you, tinfoil, about that. They don't make it easy for you. They give you just enough to make you feel comfortable, and then the rest is really a struggle, and it's like a little shell game they're playing. But Terry touched on something good about talking about, like, with Kamala not knowing what to say, or not speaking only what she was told to say. I saw that with the governor that we got elected in New Jersey. That really, I like I said, I have yet to find somebody that voted for her. And she was talking about how she met the King of England, and she didn't know whether to shake his hand or whatever, and she was talking about the king. And you know how they're big on this, no kings. Well, you see her trying to talk about this, and then somebody whispers in her ear, like, shut up, stop talking about it. And, and then when she got up by the mic, she continued to talk about it until they shut her mic off. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of people that are installed into these positions that they really are not are not allowed to say anything unless they know what their talking points are. And then that's it. They cannot go outside those lines. And if they do, they get scolded, and sometimes we catch them. But yeah, I see that. I see that, and I just wanted to touch on that quick. And I'm sorry I had to step away, Truth. I was just doing something for my husband here.
No worries. I think I lost Terry. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, she went off script because you can't control a drunk. She was drunk more times than not, and if you didn't catch that, you just weren't listening. It was hard to hear her crackling voice and all that stuff, but she was drunk most of the time. That's why they couldn't control her, and that's why they had to shut off her mic. The same thing happened for Biden himself. You would see how quickly they would get up there and take him and show him where to go, and all that kind of stuff. And like that.
Oh yeah, the biggest one was with the Easter Bunny. The Easter Bunny on the
Right.
at the White House told him how to get away from all the people. He was saying too much.
Yep. Terry, you back? Is that working all right?
Yeah, I quote Saul Alinsky, and I get tossed out like a frisbee for Mexico. That's funny how that works, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I don't know who was first between Rule and MAGA. Wrong.
Well, let's let MAGA go and then Rule.
I was just gonna give Tim some encouragement. When I was faced with in Houston, I'd after all the crap with my last company, I ended up getting fired because of their LGBTQ whatever emails, and I was just really fighting, and they fired me. But I got another job in Houston, and it was bigger. It was huge. It was 130 grand a year, but I did it for a year, and then I really, I realized the same thing you just said, Tim. It was impossible to live there because I was going to die. I was going to get killed. The rules were being broken everywhere, and I left. I left it all. I got out of there, and I'm not worried one bit because I know how to boil water. I know how to live in a box anywhere, across America. And then what I'll tell you is look at what's happening. There's uranium enrichment plants coming to Kentucky. There's big plants coming everywhere. All of us can pick and choose here pretty soon because the trash is getting taken out. So, Yahoo, let's get on with it. And, it's time to move. I made it to Kentucky and I'm still here, but I've completely withdrawn from the workforce. I'm just waiting. I think another 6 months and we'll all be able to go back to work, and hold our heads up and talk about politics like we were supposed to and, build our communities together. I hope.
Don't y'all remember though, like in the late 70s, early 80s, they really harped in on you're not supposed to talk about politics or religion or sex at the dinner table or with anyone for that matter. So they conditioned everybody to basically don't pay attention to these things. They're not important. Let us just kind of determine what's going to be for you. Just follow the, follow the white rabbit. Anyway, go
Truth,
ahead.
can I ask Meg a question real quick?
Sure.
Meg, first, I appreciate the kind words. I really do. Question I have for you. You said you were fired over the LGBTQ policies. Were they forcing you to do pronouns?
They didn't fire me over that. They eventually cornered me and got me on. I don't want to get into it. It was another. I mean, I should have sued him. I could probably sue him, but I just walked away from all of it. They got me on something else, but it was the HR. I was one of the last ones left. I was one of the last white men left in the department, and they wanted me gone, and they got me. So, but it's okay. I didn't need to be there anymore. I was losing my mind. So,
Really?
the truth is that you've got to protect yourself. And
Yeah.
sometimes when the cards are stacked against you, you get back to the basics. The basics is I wake up every morning, I feed myself, and I know I'm good. And put on your robe of righteousness, and you get back out there. But right now I'm in the position where I don't have to do that. I'm just waiting for everything to pan out. But for you, I would say get back to the basics. Really focus on these numbers, and welcome to the space. It's so great that we're all talking to each other now. I love this.
And I just wanted to say, I'm a gay man myself, and I just wanted to extend my apologies to you because that ticks me off that they did that to you I won't say in my name, but in my community's name, because that's not right, and that
Well,
bothers me.
I understand
because-
that. I've grown up in the military in different countries, and being gay is not a big deal. Nobody gives a shit. It's when they started telling us that that's the new normal, and specifically the company I was working for is an Italian company, big company. You've all seen it, just ABB on the airports. They preach innovation. They're trying to take over the power systems in America. But again, they said immediately, as soon as those policies from Biden came into effect, they put out they're putting women and queers in high places, and it was like, oh, wait a minute, what does that mean? How does that even work? And anybody that talked about it was immediately blackballed and ostracized, and I was one of those people, but I was also a very important person in the department. So it took them a while to get rid of me because, the next thing they did is they said they were going to put everybody in electric trucks. And, as a field service technician that travels all across the states, no, that's not a safety. Again, so you preach safety, and then all of a sudden you put everybody in electric trucks. Well, so again, they've trying to they're the ones setting the normal, and they had the government behind them on the COVID thing too. And that was the other thing where they got me, was the COVID shot, because they work on government contracts. I wouldn't take the COVID shot. So if you can't work on government contracts, that's how they get to you. See, Biden was using the corporations to get to all of us eventually.
It's a big plot and plan. Anyway, let's hear again from Rule Aid, and I am gonna probably start to wind this down because my dog is whining too much.
I just wanted to go back to kind of what Julie was talking about, and you were talking about with Kamala and the puppet and the talking points. If you watch close enough, you see a lot of like Republican journalists that are out in the streets trying to interview these people that are protesting or whatever. And as they go up and interview, they might, there's always somebody over their shoulder watching, listening. And the second they realize, hey, this person's getting trapped, they're like, they silence them right there, right? It's a cult. That's how a cult is, right? So when you talk about all these crazy people in the 30-40% of this country that are voting Democrat right now, they're all narcissists, right? They're not all narcissists, right? So I think about 15 to 20% of those people will wake up in time. The rest are just going to be useful idiots, like all of the, if you ever notice a lot of these rallies, it's all senior ladies, right? All people that were probably protesting in the streets when Vietnam was going on, right? So it's just going to be a whole new breed of communists, and that's what they're doing. They got a cult, and they're breeding people for their agenda.
Well, I just had to jump in real quick. What's going to be interesting is this race up in Maine. Okay, now I put in the purple bubble about what's congressmen and senators are already, supporting this guy, Graham Plattner, who's got the Nazi tattoo on his chest, a big one. It's not even a little one; it's a big one. Okay, now that's their whole talking point, right? Every one of them, you hear every single one of them calling us Nazis. Hitler. We're going to lock people up. And this guy has an actual Nazi tattoo on his chest. So how are they going to spin that? So this ought to be pretty interesting. And it's, I really and this is me putting on my tinfoil hat a little bit, but I think that there are things happen for a reason. Okay. This is happening really, to shine the light on this. Okay. For years now, they've been doing this. They've been calling Trump Hitler. They've been calling him a Nazi, this and that. So now you got somebody that's got this actual tattoo that's on the Democratic Party. So are they going to just stop that word? Is it just going to magically go away? Or are they going to keep up this propaganda? So it's going to be interesting to see in the coming months what they're going to do. Now, up that whole part of the upper of the East Coast is got no really GOP representation. So it's all blue. So we'll see what happens if this redistricting gets changed based on the Supreme Court's ruling. But it's just interesting to see this. And now that these congressmen and stuff and senators are backing this guy, and are they going to continue to go on their talking points, or are they going to change scripts again?
Because they've identified a segment of the MAGA demographic that was Groypers, right? So that's why they used it. They spun that whole Nazi narrative, right? But then what happened 2 weeks ago, right? When Nick Fuentes and the whole thing blew up with Candace Owens, right? Right then and there, it was like, our political spectrum's back. Now we know where the far right is, where the far left is, and where everybody else is in between. And now everybody's starting to get back to where they are on that political spectrum. But that's what it's about. They're after that Nazi-loving, hard right Groyper group. That's what they're after.
Well, dude, okay. So this just really shows the complete ignorance, the lack of awareness of reality by the left or Democrats to call someone a Nazi. Because obviously they don't understand what Nazis really were, especially the Democrats that call themselves Democrat Socialist. What was the Nazi movement?
That was the Democratic Socialist Party.
He's like, God. It's just, oh, man. Oh, the truth is always right in front of us, and they just don't see it. They're so freaking ignorant and such, what do you call, what's the, man, I'm losing my, when I get riled up, it's hard for me to freaking talk. The gaslighting, the accusations, again, it's pure narcissism, to where they accuse you of exactly what they're doing, what their end game is, but just them just having the audacity to freaking call somebody a Nazi when you're exactly what the Nazi party was as a Democrat Socialist, you stupid, ignorant cow. Sorry, I just, go ahead, Grafenstapel, just help me out here.
Count to 10, Truth, count to 10.
Yeah, real quick. What's his name? Graham Plattner. They've already started the spin. He went and got a cover-up tattoo and stood in front of the cameras and showed the cover-up tattoo and explained that he got that tattoo, that the death's head tattoo, by mistake. It was a silly mistake. He should have never got it. He didn't understand what it was. One, I call BS on that, because that tattoo was the prominent symbol of the SS, even more than the SS. That was the lightning bolts on the lapel. So nobody giving that to or receiving that tattoo would ever mistake that for anything other than it was. So they've already started to spin. They've already started to softball it and paper over it. They're going to say, oh, well, he got a cover-up tattoo. It's no big deal. It's like seashells or some BS that he got put over it. But it doesn't really matter. They love Nazis. They love the Azov battalion in Ukraine. Okay, they love them. They did articles about them. These are the okay Nazis because we have to support them. They're fighting the evil Russians. So it doesn't matter what they do. They're always going to spin it and paper over it. And, what's the old adage? You don't go to war with people that buy ink by the barrels. That's who these people think they still are. They still think they have control over the American mind. And they're always going to spin it like that and right in your face while they're grinning.
they're going to gaslight you and lie straight to your face. So the sooner people wake up from that reality, the better. I mean, this is what we're fighting, hearts and minds, right? They have total knowledge of what they're doing, and they're doing it with a slight grin because they know exactly what they're doing. So anyway, guys, good space. I got to run.
Exactly. You know, and I just wanted to add on to that, but the internet never goes away. The internet never dies. So as much as he could sit there and say he got this cover up tattoo, he didn't know what he was doing. Really? Well, for years you've had this tattoo. For years you guys all called Nazis. You called it. So you don't know the history of it. You don't know the history of what the Nazis stood for. You don't know anything about that. Okay. Well, let's see. This is you 2 months ago. This is you last year. This is you 5 years ago with the same tattoo on. You know, so I think that there's going to be a lot of people that'll be pulling that now. I really am seeing a lot of, like I said, there is starting a movement of Republicans that are America First, that are opening their mouths, that are saying these things. Tim Burchett's a good example, just coming out with these daily videos. Anna Paulina Luna, she doesn't miss a beat. You know, watch these people that are telling you the truth and that are coming out and bringing out this stuff, because these are the kinds of things that you can use in your arsenal when somebody tries to tell you the same thing. And you can say, well, you know, look at this picture from 5 months ago of him. How come he didn't remove it 5 months ago? Well, why just now?
Julie? I don't think you even have to go that far. I think you can literally just say, you know, you can't put stripes on a horse and turn it and it's a zebra. You know, it doesn't change. You know?
Yeah. You know? No, I know.
Well, okay. So, yeah, it's the ridiculousness of it all. You know, I've heard the far left or Democrats or whatever try to say that they're the party of new ideas and all this bullshit. Well, you certainly can't come up with any new ideas. And when you're referring to Nazism from, you know, World War II, or you're playing the race card, which we've been over for a long freaking time. Most of us, when I grew up, nobody ever gave a damn if you were black, white, Mexican, gay, straight. Nobody cared. We just like, yeah, whatever. Do your thing. You do you. Let me do me. And, you know, they just continue to go on old, tired shit. So you don't have new ideas. Your new idea is to use an old idea and spin it the way you want to. Anyway, go ahead, Tim.
I was going to say truth. Who's Faba? Who's Faba? Who's Faba?
Yeah, I know. No, it gets me riled up. I'm just so tired of it. We're all tired of it. And it's supposed to be a feel-good Friday. We're just supposed to kind of make stupid jokes and, you know, whatever, to get ourselves ready for the weekend, you know, and to... We'll come back to this bullshit on Monday, so it is what it is. Marlon, of course, is out today. He's been working all week again in kind of bad areas without the greatest reception. So he said to me today he was going to do his best to make it on Monday, but we'll see. So John came up. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Truth, and thank you for the microphone. I'm looking for a space with people that are making stupid jokes. Am I in the right space?
Hey, look, John, we tried. Nobody wanted to do the stupid jokes. I mean, Truth tried his stupid joke twice in a row.
Well, no, I mean, you know, well, I can ask you this, John. Have you seen or have you heard of that new pirate movie?
No.
It's rated R.
Give me an R. R. Give me another R. R. What's that spell?
Okay, John, that's 3 times now that we've heard this joke. 3 times.
Well, you know, he was new to it. He hadn't heard it yet. Go ahead, Terry.
Well, John, this is the space, and I want to ask you, did you hear the story about the kid who was outside the Democrat fundraiser selling kittens? Well, if you haven't, when the people came out from the fundraiser, he was holding up the kittens and he was saying, buy a Democrat kitten. Well, a couple weeks later, the Republicans held a fundraiser in the same place. And when they came out, there was the same kid with the kittens. And he said, buy a Republican kitten. One of the members of the press who'd seen them 2 weeks before said, "Now, hey, wait a minute, kid. You were selling these kittens the last time as Democrat kittens. How come today they're Republican kittens?" And the kid says, "Because now they've got their eyes open."
Why does that
That's
guy
my
sound like Reagan?
I was going to say, this is my favorite Ronald Reagan joke. Love it.
The voice, he nailed it, dude.
Well,
You should create a Reagan parody account, dude. You really should.
Well, last night, we also heard from Bill Clinton, didn't we, Terry?
yeah, I just want to know why every time, like on these scientists that are all disappearing and these people that have these unnatural deaths, why me and my wife, the devil in the moo-moo, are the first ones to ever get blamed for this. I'll have you know that I balance the budget and I love all Americans.
Mr. Clinton, do you know who I am? I'm the Antichrist. You got me in a vendetta kind of mood.
Yeah, we need more cowbell. I've got a prescription. It's for more cowbell. I know who you are.
Anyway, John, did you have something else to say? Sorry, we kind of
Yeah, just one more. My favorite Reagan quote. The 9 scariest words in the English language are, "I'm with the government and I'm here to help." Love that.
Yeah, he had some really good quotes. He really did. As government expands liberty contracts, either you will control your government or the government will control you. And government's not the solution to our problem. It is, in fact, the problem.
You know what I really adored about Reagan was the relationship that he had with Nancy. I mean, they truly adored each other, and it was refreshing to see that. And he really did love this country, no matter how silly it got towards the end, and people were talking about him losing his memory. He still had his wits about him, way more so than the idiot that was in office beforehand. Well, it was standing in office. He wasn't there. But, he was a gentleman. He definitely loved this country. And that's when California was red. People seem to forget that, by the way.
Yeah, his love affair with Nancy, it was a real love. They really truly loved each other. I mean, it wasn't fake. And the other thing about Reagan, a lot of people don't know, is he was a scholar on communism. Like, he really understood just how horrible communism was, how it robs people's spirit, hope, and